survival and prosperity. Cast your eyes toward Techno Big Bang, which will solve global issues and innovate humanity's lives. Stand on the shoulders of today's tech giants, such as Steve Wozniak, Sam Altman, and Gary Marcus, and see further into the future we face today. The 24th World Knowledge Forum.
단절과 폐쇄로 새로움을
The years of new divided world.
where it belongs. That way that's important for
I speak with experts on climate change scientists, and I think we have passed the point.
As unprecedented global crises threaten humanity's survival and prosperity. Cast your eyes toward Techno Big Bang, which will solve global issues and innovate humanity's lives. Stand on the shoulders of today's tech giants, such as Steve Wozniak, Sam Altman, and Gary Marcus, and see further into the future we face today. The 24th World Knowledge Forum.
단절과 폐쇄로 새로움을
The years of new divided world.
where it belongs. That way that's important for
As unprecedented global crises threaten humanity's survival and prosperity. Cast your eyes toward Techno Big Bang, which will solve global issues and innovate humanity's lives. Stand on the shoulders of today's tech giants, such as Steve Wozniak, Sam Altman, and Gary Marcus, and see further into the future we face today. The 24th World Knowledge Forum.
더욱 극대해야 합니다. 단절과 폐쇄로 새로움을
Within 2 years of new divided world,
where it belongs. Adapting that support for
I speak with experts and intelligent scientists, and I think we have passed the point.
As unprecedented global crises threaten humanity's survival and prosperity. Cast your eyes toward Techno Big Bang, which will solve global issues and innovate humanity's lives. Stand on the shoulders of today's tech giants, such as Steve Wozniak, Sam Altman, and Gary Marcus, and see further into the future we face today. The 24th World Knowledge Forum.
더욱 극대해야 합니다. 단절과 폐쇄로 새로움을
within 2 years of new divided world,
where it belongs. Adapting that support for
as unprecedented global crises threaten humanity's survival and prosperity. Cast your eyes toward Techno Big Bang, which will solve global issues and innovate humanity's lives. Stand on the shoulders of today's tech giants, such as Steve Wozniak, Sam Altman, and Gary Marcus, and see further into the future we face today. The 24th World Knowledge Forum.
더욱 확대해야 합니다. 단절과 회시로 새로움을
Within 2 years of new divided world,
we are prolonged. Adapting that support for
대한민국의 오늘을 이끄는 CEO들부터 대한민국의 내일을 이끌어갈 대학생들까지 폭넓은 계층의 전폭적인 신뢰 속에서 시장이 뽑은 대표 명품 신문의 명성을 이어가고 있는 매일경제신문은 우리 경제의 질적 성장을 위한 명품 기획 시리즈를 통해 시장 경제의 든든한 버팀목이 되고 있습니다. 국내 최초의 유료 디지털 신문이자 유일한 성공 모델 매경 이 신문은 20만 독자에게 영역별로 특화된 프리미엄 콘텐츠를 제공하는 심도 있는 버티컬 미디어로 자리 잡았습니다. 자체 영문 뉴스는 물론 글로벌 미디어들과의 콘텐츠 제휴로 독자들의 시야를 세계로 넓히는 동시에 블록체인을 활용한 비즈니스 모델을 발굴, 새로운 미디어 트렌드를 주도해 가고 있습니다. 세상의 변화를 읽는 통찰력과 그에 기반한 아젠다 세팅 능력은 매경만의 독보적인 강점입니다. 시대의 화두를 집단지성으로 풀어냄으로써 아시아를 넘어 글로벌 지식 브랜드로 자리매김한 세계지식포럼, 국가 발전을 위한 새로운 비전과 액션 플랜을 제시하는 국민보고대회, 미래세대 도전의지를 북돋우는 Y포럼을 비롯해 매년 세계 각지에서 펼치는 다양한 행사와 캠페인은 국내외적으로 큰 반향을 불러일으키며 대한민국 리딩 미디어 매경의 위상을 각인시키고 있습니다. 이제 매경은 초격차를 향해 달려나갈 것입니다. 콘텐츠의 격, 플랫폼의 격, 기술의 격을 높여 누구도 넘볼 수 없는 차이를 만들어갈 것입니다. 4차 산업혁명 시대 미디어 콘텐츠 산업의 퍼스트 무버로 자리매김할 매경 미디어 그룹. 차원이 다른 미디어의 미래가 시작됩니다.
As unprecedented global crises threaten humanity's survival and prosperity, cast your eyes toward Techno Big Bang, which will solve global issues and innovate humanity's lives. Stand on the shoulders of today's tech giants, such as Steve Wozniak, Sam Altman, and Gary Marcus, and see further into the future we face today. The 24th World Knowledge Forum.
확대해야 합니다. 단절과 폐쇄로 새로움을
Within 2 years of new divided world,
where it belongs. That makes important.
I speak with experts on intelligent scientists, and I think we have passed the point.
We will now begin the session titled The Science of Longevity, How to Live Longer and Healthier. Jung Hee-won, Clinical Assistant Professor of Assam Medical Center, will serve as a moderator for this session. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 네, 반갑습니다. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for this enlightening discussion on the science of longevity, how to live longer and healthier. So as our society ages rapidly and our older population expands, the topic of aging is receiving ever-increasing attention and investment. So today we are very fortunate to have these two distinguished experts in the field who will share their insights on how we can not only live longer but also healthier and happier. So first, allow me to introduce Luigi Fontana from the University of Sydney. Professor Fontana is a leading researcher and he is doing as a scientific director in Charles Perkins Center RPA Clinic and also serving as a director of Healthy Longevity Program. So he is a leading researcher in the field of nutrition and its impact on longevity. His work has significantly contributed to our understanding of how dietary choices can affect the aging process. And next we have Professor Sachin Panda from the Salk Institute for Biological Studies, and he is director of Usai Human Performance Alliance at Salk Institute. So Professor Panda is renowned for his research on circadian rhythms and their influence on aging. So his work has opened new avenues for understanding how our biological clocks can be tuned for better health and longevity. And I am Hee-won Jung, a clinical assistant professor at Assam Medical Center, and I will be your moderator for today's discussion. So now let's start the discussion, and I will invite both speakers for their initial statements. So the first will be Professor Sachin Panda. So please give us some of your idea.
Hi.
Please.
Really happy to be here. So the major focus of research in my laboratory is to understand and leverage the science of circadian rhythm to lessen the burden of disease and increase healthy lifespan of everyone, irrespective of age, gender, and health status around the world. And all the results, all the research from my lab can be summarized in 5 different areas. Number one is almost 20 plus years ago, we and others discovered that there is a blue light sensor in our eye that senses light and synchronizes our sleep-wake cycle and other rhythms to the outside world. This light sensor is more sensitive to blue light and also sensitive to bright light, less sensitive to dim light and to orange light. And it's gratifying to see that this very fundamental discovery has been translated to the reasons why your smartphones and tablets and PCs dim down and turn to orange color at night around 9 or 10 o'clock. That nudges you to prepare for sleep. But in more broad term, this knowledge is also transforming nearly $30 billion lighting industry to develop human-centric lighting so that we can simulate day-night kind of situation in neonatal ICU, for example, to accelerate growth of premature babies, manage hospital stay of sick people so that they have accelerated cure. There is human-centric lighting in offices, colleges, schools, even in space station to improve performance, support sleep, reduce depression and alertness, increase alertness. The second thing that also came out from our lab is we used modern cutting-edge technology to measure each gene, each metabolite that is possible in every part of our body, of course using laboratory animals, and we found that circadian clocks are present in almost every organ. The implication is when our circadian rhythms are disrupted, as in shift work or people with random lifestyle, then the risk for more than 100 different diseases go up. But conversely, we also found that nearly almost all FDA-approved drugs that we use to treat diseases and the timing of vaccination, timing of surgeries can also be optimized to accelerate cure and reduce adverse side effect. Then the number 3 actually relates to the timing of food. So just like light resets our brain clock, we figured out that when we eat, actually synchronizes our body clock to the outside world. And one use of this fundamental research is development of what we call time-restricted eating, one popular form of intermittent fasting where people can eat within, say, 8, 9, or 10 hours consistently every day, and that seems to improve various health parameters. People can reduce somewhat a little bit of their body weight, improve cardiovascular health. There are 150 clinical trials going on around the world to test the impact of time-restricted eating on health and longevity. And in laboratory animals, it already is increasing healthy lifespan. And along the same line, we also have a research app called My Circadian Clock, where hundreds of thousands of people have become citizen scientists to participate in this research, share their data, and also adopt different forms of time-restricted eating and sleep to improve their health. And then the next area is we also figured out that we and others have figured out that as we get older or we fall sick with terrible diseases like dementia and cancer, our circadian rhythms become weaker. But there are good news is there are now drug-like molecules that can improve and sustain the circadian rhythm, and these drugs are very effective. These are almost like multi-solving drugs that can, drug-like molecules that can treat cancer, dementia, fatty liver disease. So there is now new interest from pharma and scientists to target circadian clock mechanisms that will serve as drugs for many diseases and potentially can improve also health. And then the last one from our lab is about human performance. We realized that to be an athlete, one has to be healthy. And to live a long, healthy, active life, one has to have the mindset of an athlete. And along that line, we're trying to figure out how exercise and timing of exercise affects all of our organs and brain. And second, we also know that our next generation means at the end of the day, we have to be good ancestors. We have to do something for our next generation. The young people are less active these days. They have less opportunity to be physically active. So this USAI Human Performance Alliance, in collaboration with, we're part of the UNESCO Fit for Life program, and recently we and UNESCO worked together to develop this 10 years Fit for Life program. And I'm really happy to see that 3 months ago, health and sports ministers and officials from 110 countries signed this agreement to improve physical fitness and athletic activities among school children to young adults up to the age of 30 in 110 countries. And our role will be to manage, analyze, and interpret the data that comes out of it to see what is the positive impact of physical activity on brain health, physical health, performance, and also their long-term health. So I'm super happy to be part of this discussion. And we know that to create a culture of health, we have to disseminate the knowledge and also enable people to practice on that knowledge. And enabling people to practice on the knowledge involves participation of public policy makers, parents, general public, and almost everybody in between. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion.
Wow, thank you for the initial statement. And so you said about the circadian rhythm to the very big issue of healthy lifestyle in younger people. And then, so we should delve about the geoscience hypothesis. And then I will give the mic to Professor Luigi Fontana. So can you give us some idea of your lifelong study on caloric restriction and the concept of geoscience hypothesis to the audiences? So please.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. So my research interest is the role of diet and exercise and cognitive training in promoting health and longevity and in preventing multiple chronic diseases. My journey started when I was a medical student and in Verona in Italy, and I started to practice medicine, and I started to see that a lot of people, they were coming to the emergency room with chest pain or with a stroke or with heart failure, with cancer, and so basically what we were doing, it was just to try to fix the problem. So if you have someone with myocardial infarction, you have to try to minimize the damage. And so I said, look, I'm not happy to spend the rest of my life to prescribe the new antidepressant medication or the new lipid lowering medication. So can we really understand if we can prevent chronic diseases, if we can slow aging? And one of my professors of geriatrics, Professor Bosello, Ottavio Bosello, one day came to lecture us, and he showed us some very exciting data on calorie restriction in animals. So there are hundreds of papers showing that if you reduce calorie without malnutrition, so with all the vitamins and minerals, basically animals live 50% longer. It was shocking. So I said, oh, so there is an intervention, there is a biological intervention in mammals that can extend lifespan by 50%. So it's like if a human being, instead of living 80 years, will live 130, 140 years. And the good news is that, these animals, they were also much healthier. So cancer, cardiovascular disease, dementia, autoimmune disease were prevented or delayed. Back then, when I was a medical student and a resident in internal medicine, there was nothing in humans, no data in humans. And so in 2001, I moved to Washington University in St. Louis to work with John Holosy, a pioneer of exercise physiology. John passed away a few years ago. He won the gold medal at the Sydney Olympic Games for his recognition of the major discovery in exercise physiology. And so for the following 18 years, we have been studying the effects of calorie restriction and exercise in modulating these aging pathways, because what we have discovered is that aging is not just a wear and tear process. It's a highly regulated process where there are genes and molecular pathways that can be manipulated, and you can, based on what you do on your lifestyle, what you eat, how much exercise you do, how you use your brain, how you sleep, you can increase, you can accelerate the accumulation of metabolic molecular damage, or you can decelerate the accumulation of molecular damage. And what we are discovering is that aging doesn't start when you are 50 years old or 60 years old. Aging starts in utero. Well, before. For epigenetic reasons, as you know, our genes, we cannot change our genes, but we can change how our genes are transcribed. So that's the epigenome. If you think about it, a neuron and an hepatocyte and a liver cells, they have the same DNA, but they are phenotypically different because of epigenetic reasons. And so what we have discovered that, what you do as a teenager, your lifestyle is influencing the epigenome, and therefore the risk of developing obesity, diabetes, cancer, depression for 3 generations. So that's why it's extremely important to change our perspective from this reactive healthcare model where, we treat disease once they have occurred, only once they have occurred, to a prevention mechanism-based model where we apply lifestyle medicine in a mechanistic, personalized way to prevent diseases and to prevent the accumulation of metabolic molecular damage by using the advancement of our understanding of the biology of aging, because what we are finding is that many of the common chronic diseases that we see in our hospital, they share a common metabolic molecular substrate. So cancer, cardiovascular disease, heart failure, stroke, fatty liver disease, diabetic nephropathy. So these are probably 80–90% of the common chronic disease we see in our hospital. They are not separate entities. Right now, we have to treat them in a very specialized way, because if you have breast cancer, of course, you want to be treated by the best breast oncologist or surgeon. If you have heart failure, you want to be treated not by the oncologist, by the cardiologist. But if we work upstream and we slow down the accumulation of metabolic molecular damage, we are preventing all these chronic disease at once. And so we can save a lot of financial resources that we can invest in the economy, in creating a healthier environment for our kids, to thrive. And I think, human beings shouldn't work, just to produce money to pay very expensive healthcare system, but they should enjoy life and, friendship, social connection, art, philosophy, meditation. These should be the central part of the core of human life, instead of, because we have this kind of sick care medical system with all the consequences of environmental issues. Basically, we are wasting a huge amount of resources. In US, last year, 2021, US spent $4.1 trillion for healthcare. And 90% of this $4.1 trillion was for treating chronic disease after they have occurred. And in 2013, it was 3.2 trillion. So in 9 years, we had an increase of almost $1 trillion for healthcare, and lifespan in US is the only developed countries where, we have a decline of 2.5 years. So the idea that, we are going to spend more money is not sustainable. There is no way, no advanced economy that can sustain the epidemic of unhealthy aging. People are getting older, they're not getting healthier, and unless, we dramatically change our way of practice medicine, with lifestyle medicine at the center of this new revolution with education, is going to be unsustainable.
Okay. Thank you for this statement. So, actually, many people out there are eager to find some magic pill to cure aging or to slow down their aging speed. But so it's like finding silver bullet. So concept of antibiotics or like lipid-lowering drugs and anti-cancer medications. But still, so there are lacking concept on the preventive and geoscientific lifestyle management. So Professor Fontana, what do you think about key pillars of slowing aging and to get the virtuous cycle, so leveraging these pillars to slow down the aging speed for every people?
Yes, as I said, there are, at least there are two pillars, that is exercise and nutrition.
Yeah.
So again, what we discover is that dietary restrictions, so eating the right amount of food to avoid weight gain. Most people, as they get older, they gain weight, and most importantly, they gain waistline. They accumulate visceral fat. So
right.
If your waistline is increasing as you age, it means that you are in a positive energy balance. And we have tons of data to show that this excess visceral fat is promoting chronic inflammation, is promoting insulin resistance, hyperinsulinemia, that is a major driver of the insulin IGF-1 pathway. It is one of the most important pro-aging, pro-cancer pathways, is increasing the risk of prediabetes, diabetes, dyslipidemia, high blood pressure, cancer, dementia. So the rule number one is to try to avoid, the increasing waistline as we age. The second one is with endurance and resistance exercise is to maintain or to increase or at least to maintain muscle mass, because especially the big muscle of the legs and gluteal-femoral muscles are very important metabolic organs for the prevention of type 2 diabetes and insulin resistance and hyperinsulinemia. Exercise is also very important for reducing cholesterol, for increasing memory. When you exercise, there is a molecule produced by your muscle called cathepsin B that travels to the brain and triggers the production of BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. That is a very important factor for the prevention of dementia, for depression. So there are a number of interventions. In the afternoon, I'm going to give a lecture with more sophisticated information on how diet quantity of calories and quality of calories are extremely important.
Yeah, let me add to that. We all know that our lifestyle affects our health and longevity, and lifestyle is what, when, and how much we eat, sleep, and exercise every day. This is not something that we do once a week. And Luigi has highlighted the importance of quality and quantity of nutrition and exercise. I must emphasize that sleep is extremely important as well.
Yes.
Because when we don't sleep, there are three major functions of sleep. One, when we sleep, there are many hormones, including growth hormone, that are secreted during our sleep, and that helps to build muscles and to repair the tissues that we damage every single day. So for repair of our body, we need sleep. Second, sleep itself actually removes the toxins in our brain. This is one of the breakthroughs in sleep research in the last 7 years. Scientists have figured out that during sleep, we take out all the toxic chemicals that we produce throughout the day and drain that out. And then the third function of sleep is to connect our neurons stronger with each other and create memories. So particularly for children who don't get enough sleep, it's really hard for them to get better grades. And another point of sleep is when synaptic connections or neurons get stronger, then we can perceive information better, we can process it, and we can also react to our situations much better, so that improves our emotional and intellectual health. Yes. And one way the science of circadian rhythm and sleep has helped is in the school start time in the US. So one of my colleagues did a very simple experiment with 2 schools in Seattle. We know that teenagers don't get enough sleep because the schools start very early. So he convinced these 2 schools to delay the school start time from 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. And after 1 year, he discovered that these kids slept 35 minutes longer. Most parents will think that if the kids are sleeping more, then they're just wasting their time. The grades will go down, but surprisingly, these kids actually increased their grades by 4.5%.
Yeah.
And their tardiness also went down, so they became more self-confident. That particular study has been reproduced again and again in many different countries, and that led to now California school system. This California legislature passed a law that no middle school or high school can start before 8:30 a.m. And I hope that this kind of science-based policy can be implemented all over the world, so that we can help our young generation to sleep better, to do better, have better self-confidence.
Yes.
Yeah, if I can add something, basically, sleep is very important. There are a lot of students here. You have to think about, during the day you are learning a lot of things. You get emotions, you get, feelings, and these are stored in your RAM memory. Only during deep sleep, these concepts, they get basically fixed into the hard drive of your brain. If you don't sleep well, all this knowledge get wasted and you lose that. And there is another important paper published in Science by David Holtzman from Washington University that's for adults, showing that if you don't sleep well, if you have sleep deprivation of sleep fragmentation, your neurons, they keep firing and they produce beta amyloid and tau that is promoting dementia. So the data are accumulating that sleep deprivation and sleep fragmentation play a major role in promoting dementia. That is going to be one of the major issues that we're going to have to face as a society soon because of the aging population.
Yes, but unfortunately, South Korea is one of the most sleep-deprived countries in the world. So the concept and working culture in our country is like the early birds get worms, and so every social system encourages many people to work harder. So, and then I will so move on to the another question linked to this kind of pillars of health aging. So, so it's like very, very basic things like nutrition, exercise, and meditation, sleep, and all of these things are very basic. And everybody tells me that, yeah, I know that, but I cannot do that kind of lifestyle improvement. So, why do you think that many people fail to maintain their healthy lifestyle, and also they got some? So I tell people that younger people recently are suffering from accelerated aging. So like they suffer from metabolic excess and sedentary lifestyle, and many like alcohol intake and smoking. So every kind of this lifestyle speed up the speed of aging and epigenetic age acceleration. So why do you think the fundamental problem of these problems?
Yes, if we go back to what I just said, lifestyle is what quality, quantity, and timing of nutrition, physical activity, and sleep. So one is at the policy level. For example, there are many communities where there is not enough safe places to walk and exercise. And there are studies done by my colleagues at Stanford University as part of the USA Human Performance Alliance by analyzing 65 million days of walking data from smart watches. What this team figured out was the walkability of a city will reduce obesity among its inhabitants. So that means when city planners put more sidewalks and parks, they actually reduce the healthcare burden of that community. And that was part of the discussion that came during UNESCO meeting. So the mayors of 5,000 different cities, that organization is now looking into how to increase walkability. Then there is also climate factor. When it's very hot, when it's very cold, and when it's raining, people cannot go outdoor to exercise. So now the question is, can we increase the number of public places, safe indoor public places where people can exercise? And then coming to sleep, in fact, one of the ways we are addressing sleep is the lighting environment has changed a lot. We brighten up our indoor too much. So now, can technology help us? Just like our thermostats automatically changes warm and cooler between day and night, can technology help us to dim down all of our lighting at night and also spectral shift to orange color light to promote sleep? So these are some of the stuff that can be done by technology. And when it comes to nutrition, of course, it's very difficult to know what, that means calories, and quality of diet we have eaten. And I challenge, I mean, there are maybe less than 10 people in this audience who can accurately tell me to 10% error how many calories they ate yesterday, out of that how much was protein, carbohydrate, fiber, etc. So that's why the timing of nutrition has become very important, because we organize our day around 24 hours with timing. And by using the knowledge of circadian rhythm, we can figure out there is a window in which we can eat. What we're finding is when people try to do this time-restricted eating or intermittent fasting, you can say they eat within 8 to 10 or 11 hours. Surprisingly, what we find is people reduce their caloric intake. So they actually inadvertently reduce their calories by 10 to 20%. They also reduce calories from alcohol and dessert, because if the kitchen closes at 7 o'clock, there is not enough time to drink and to have ice cream. So that improves nutrition quality. And then since they're hungry, that also improves their breakfast, the size of their breakfast. We have to accept that the only meal on which many of us have complete control is the breakfast that we eat at home. And so that's why we think that some of these concepts can be used at individual level and also at policy level. So just like delayed school start time improves the performance of kids, now imagine what would be the optimum timing for everybody to work. Now, if our smartwatches, wearables can tell us when is the perfect time for us to have our peak executive function, then we can work at that time, be more productive, and save more time for taking care of our health.
Yeah, thank you. And how do you think about?
Yeah, I think, as Dr. Panda was suggesting, it's a very complex problem. There are multiple factors, social, economic factors.
Right.
But there is no doubt in my mind, and that's what we are trying to do as the new scientific director of the Charles Perkins Center RPI Clinic. We are launching the Health for Life program. We got some philanthropists who gave us money to hire a chef in residence, some dietitian, exercise physiologist. We are developing an e-platform with an app, to empower both students, because we started a program with a high school, several high schools in Sydney, because I firmly believe that this concept that we are discussing should be taught in school, from primary school. 1 hour per week, students, they should learn why, when they eat, what they eat, when they exercise, the sleep, all these concepts should be taught in school. So we teach our students about grammar, math, physics, but why we don't teach them basically what science knows about the importance of lifestyle in shaping their physical, metabolic, mental, as you were saying, basically your capacity of become brilliant scientist or artist depends on the quality of your brain, of your synapses, and food, exercise, and sleep are extremely important in promoting this creation of new synapses. And so again, I said, first of all, we should make mandatory from primary school to learn this concept. Primary, then secondary, university. Believe it or not, in medical schools, there is nothing about this concept. We teach medical students, to make diagnosis of disease and to treat them mostly with surgery and drugs. Right. Nothing about, or almost nothing about this concept are taught in medical schools. And then the second project, we have at University of Sydney, we are starting this idea of a lifestyle medicine clinical service. Let's say, you have high cholesterol. You go to your specialist, he's going to prescribe the statins to lower the cholesterol. But if you have an unhealthy lifestyle, you have an increased waist circumference, you are eating an unhealthy diet, you're not sleeping well, you have a range of other alterations like hyperinsulinemia, insulin resistance, increased oxidative stress, inflammation. They are not targeted by drugs. And so the idea is that, we can work with different clinics to complement the pharmacological treatment for the specific disease with this holistic mechanism-based approach to improve metabolic molecular health in a big way. And so what I can envision is that in the future, general practitioner, they should have, like a consortium where, you have at the center of this practice, clinical practice, you have a chef in residence, an exercise physiologist, psychologist, where the GP is going to prescribe, some workshop for you to learn to improve your diet and exercise guided by this technology, CGM, continuous glucose monitoring. So technology is going to improve us, is going to help us, to apply this knowledge and measure, on us in a personalized way if we are doing well, if we are improving our health. And in this way, I think, with education in schools and this prevention-centered clinical practice with lifestyle medicine at the center, I think, we can markedly reduce healthcare costs and make our healthcare system sustainable. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible.
Yes, I totally agree with you. And so many chronic conditions are the results of like metabolic excess accumulated over time throughout our life. So it's like much like long-term investment from earlier period of adult life. So and then we should also think about the upper age limits of decreasing the metabolic excess to reduce aging speed. So think about older adults with frailty who are malnutritious and sarcopenic. So in some cases, like providing more protein and providing excess nutrition can be helpful for this kind of population. So what do you guys think about the upper limits of CR or time-restricted feeding and reducing metabolic excess?
Yes, I guess you brought up a lot of points. One thing, I agree that the quality of nutrition is a huge factor. And we actually don't know what is in our food. For example, when you look at the food label, we see description of 5 or 6 different things, but we know that every food has 10 or 100,000 different components. So one big project that humankind can do, and actually there are some places that are doing, is to understand what is in our food, just like a periodic table of elements. Can we understand what are 10,000 different elements in all of our basic ingredient food? And why this is important is we know that there are many traditional food and also traditional medicine that people have been using for ages to improve their health, but we don't know why. And in this way, if we can use the modern technology to understand what are the millions of different compounds we ingest every single day, either from food or from traditional Eastern medicine or traditional medicine, that will also help to figure out what is their impact, not only on health, but rejuvenating stem cells, for example, because as we get older, our stem cells are not regenerating well. We may lose our stem cells. And it's becoming increasingly clear that there are compounds, small molecules, that can keep the stem cell alive and also make them healthier. So then the question is, are there elements that are already in food, already in medicine? So that's one aspect. The other aspect that you asked is, what are the upper limit of time-restricted eating or whatever I work on? What we have found is, okay, so let's dial back and see what one should be doing in 24 hours a day. One should be sleeping for, or should be in bed for 8 hours. So that 8 hours, nobody should be eating, hopefully. And then 2 to 3 hours before going to bed, one should stop eating, because by avoiding food for 3 hours before bedtime, that's the best way you can improve your sleep. You can reduce your risk for obesity and diabetes. That's new studies coming up. After waking up, again, there is 1 to 2 hours when your stress hormones are pretty high and other hormones are not in a situation to give your body the best chance to absorb nutrient and use them. So now we remove that 1 to 2 hours in the morning. So we are left with only 12 hours to eat. So that's why I strongly believe that anyone from 10-year-old to 100-year-old should try to consistently eat within a 12 hours period if they're healthy. And if they want to improve their health, they should reduce that to 10 hours or 8 hours once in a while. And so that's my take. We have done these interventions. Of course, we can do that in laboratory animals. when you introduce these in older laboratory animals who have only 20% time to live, even in that late, when time restricted eating is introduced, then it does have impact on extending lifespan. And of course, if we combine that with better nutrition, and as I said, if we know what is in our food, and if we can bring in traditional medicine, functional food, then we can even further increase longevity. So I guess I am hopeful that maybe 10 years down the road, we'll have the World Knowledge Forum, and there will be half of the speakers will be 100-year-old.
Thank you. So how do you think about?
So we are both clinicians, so you know that as you get as people they get older and they start to have frailty, typically they take 10, 15, 20 medications. So it's very difficult as a clinician then to manage and understand what you should do to in some way counteract this frailty, sarcopenia. It's not easy because there are so many factors, so many medications, so many. But what we are discovering is that the stem cells in older animals are still there and are still working, but there are some pro-inflammatory factors that are circulating, that are inhibiting the function of these stem cells. There are this beautiful experiment by Thomas Rando, published in Nature, where he showed that if you take young animals and old animals and you do a parabiosis, so basically you link their circulating system, then basically, and you cause a damage in the skeletal mass of these old animals, the blood of the young animals is allowing the stem cells of the old animals to regenerate and to repair the damage. Okay, so my take is that this idea that when you are old and you increase protein or calories, maybe in the short run is going to have a slight benefit, even if the science is not clear. But on the long term, I don't think it's beneficial. It's like in heart failure, if you give them dioxin, yes, the heart is going to pump better for a short time, but it's going to fail sooner. Instead of what you do, you give them beta blockers to slow down the heart to live longer. So I think we need more science to understand. But just to finish, I think that at any age, at any condition, a targeted nutrition, exercise, and sleep intervention can have benefits.
So maybe the concept of moderation can be important. So people with metabolic excess can be reduce their metabolic excess, and people with negative energy budget can be improved by increasing their oral intake. So
absolutely.
But many people are very interested about this guy, Brian Johnson. You may know about these people, the entrepreneur. So he got a spotlight for his massive spending of $2 million per year to reduce the speed of his aging. But I think that so he is pushing his every parameter to very extreme range. So like top 1 percentile in terms of muscle mass, and like slow downing his Dunedin pace epigenetic aging speed to like 50% lower. So it's like a bit off from the concept of moderation, I think. So how do you think about the Brian Johnson's attitude and the practice?
First of all, I haven't seen any data. There are data that he's providing to us. DNA methylation clock are still we are still at a very early stage. We don't really know if these DNA methylation clock are really measuring biological age. We don't know. So he's making a lot of claims that are totally, you cannot prove that they are true. That's why in science, we have peer review and we do studies where, other people are reviewing. So I don't think, I want to comment on it. And I think it's just basically some of these marketing strategies, some sensational strategy. I think, we have more important issue here to discuss, that is the sustainability of our healthcare systems, to make our societies healthier and happier, living in a better environment, than spending millions of dollars to decrease potentially 2-3 years aging.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is a perfect example where he started all of these interventions with the mindset of an athlete.
Yeah, mindset of athlete.
Mindset of an athlete. So
Yes.
that's why I come back to this point again and again, that any intervention to increase your lifespan should begin with the mindset of an athlete, that to stay active physically, emotionally, and intellectually at the age of say 90 or 100, you have to that mindset. And if you look at all the interventions that he did, they all center around three themes: the quality, quantity, and timing of nutrition, physical activity, and sleep.
Yes.
And how he measuring is or how he's reporting it, those are the minute details. Now, the next aspect is he spent $2 million a year. That's okay. The first human genome, we spent $2.7 billion to get the first genome. $2.7 billion right now can sequence 2.7 million people's genome.
Yes.
So from some of these experiments, we gain knowledge that can be scaled up. So now the question is, how can we really advance the knowledge using these examples? We now know that UK Biobank, for example, has sequenced 500,000 people. But the point is, in the US, we know that your genetic code doesn't determine how long you live, but the zip code of where you live determines how long you live. So that means our lifestyle is a major factor of longevity. So now imagine, and UK Biobank is already doing it, that if we take those 500,000 people, figure out their lifestyle, focus on quality, quantity, nutrition of quality, quantity, timing of nutrition, physical activity, sleep, and also their health history, which medications they have taken, and which is already happening. Now let's imagine with few $1 billion, you can expand it to 10 million people worldwide. So now you have a database of how our lifestyle and genetics interact to determine health and also determine longevity. The next thing that we can do is, if we can have access to that database, I can always find somebody who is like me, who has genetics that are very similar to me, and then figure out what lifestyle they lived, so that I can choose a lifestyle that can make me healthier and live 100 years. So I guess these kind of bold experiments sometimes open up new possibilities, and that's what we should be excited about.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, time is very soon, and so we should move on to the general questions. And so I will speak in Korea. So 이번 세션은 올인원 메타버스 플랫폼, so all-in-one metaverse 플랫폼, 컴투버스에서도 많은 분들이 참여를 해주고 계시는데요. 우선 메타버스를 통해서 청중 질문을 받도록 하겠습니다. 자, 테크에서 질문을 띄워주시면 진행을 하겠습니다.
Advances in medicine have helped extend lifespan, but the benefits of medicine are not equally shared by everyone. According to Dr. Lugini Fontana, he talks about three aspects of well-being: physical, mental, and spiritual. I think it will be more difficult for people with lower economic conditions to manage this aspect. I think that there will be a wide gap in healthy lifespan depending on economic conditions. What do the speakers think about this matter?
Yeah, there is no doubt, that as we're discussing social, where you live, the economic status of someone is influencing health. There is, in some countries, even in Sydney, there are a difference of 26 years of lifespan between low-income suburbs and high-income suburbs. 26 years. Okay, so on the other side, we have to say that exercise is free, meditation, mindfulness is free, a healthy nutrition is not free, but if you know how to cook and to choose, you can have a very healthy diet that is cheaper than if you buy all these super processed healthy food. And I think, that again, governments should invest in subsidizing healthy food, in creating, an environment that is conducive of exercise, health, all these social activities that, we didn't have time to talk how important are, family, social connection. And what, this guy, this millionaire in US is now
Brian Johnson.
touching is that there is not only physical health, metabolic health.
Yes.
So to me, the body is just a mean to have a full life as a human being, to be emotionally healthy, to be altruistic, to develop compassion, to develop this spirituality that in our Western society we are weak. And that's why, for example, in US there is an epidemic of opioid crisis. People, they have a lot of mental issues, depression, anxiety, a lot of obsessive compulsive diseases are exploding. A lot of people, they are taking medication for psychiatric conditions because we are missing the point here, just concentrating on metabolic physical health without understanding that our body is just an instrument to develop our best man, our altruistic, compassionate, spiritual, artistic person, I think is very bad for society.
Yes, I agree. And actually, death on despair is drawdowning the life expectancy in US in very rapid manner after COVID time. So government should think about the socioeconomic status and many related factors to improve health management. Yeah.
So I guess when you think about low socioeconomic status, what do? They're mostly engaged in shift work and gig economy.
Yes.
And there, they are actually at a very high risk of chronic circadian rhythm disruption. And if you look at the literature, chronic circadian rhythm disruption, that means staying awake for 2 to 3 hours between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. and be engaged in some physical or intellectual or mental work is circadian rhythm disruption. So now the question is how technology and society can help that. I guess what in post-industrial revolution, like in the new Big Bang that's going to happen, if we can automate some of the tasks that shift workers do at night, then we can actually free them up from doing shift work and working during daytime. Similarly, when global economy demands that people in US needs tech support from places like India, Indonesia, and Southeast Asia, and the service is entirely in these countries, then these people have to stay awake till late night to work. It's not only low socioeconomic status. What was surprising for me a few years ago was the tech workers in California, among them who are relatively young, 50% of them have at least one chronic disease. Means imagine, it's 40, 45-year-old. Means to live longer, there should be at least one goal, that you should be free of chronic medication by the time your kids finishes high school. So this is where industry, finance, and IT can come together to figure out how best to optimize working condition and working hours to enable people to focus on their health. Because in long term, this is going to pay back to the economy. For example, OECD countries now spend almost 10% of their GDP on healthcare, which is twice more than their defense spending. And imagine if we can save even 1% of that healthcare cost, that will go back to investing into better education, better infrastructure for our next generation to live a long, healthy life.
Yes.
Thank you.
There can be virtual cycle. Thank you so much for your excellent idea. So we are very short of time. So now let's move on to the general question from the floor. So 그 오디언스 중에서 질문 있으신 분들은 손을 들어주시면 자 마이크 저쪽으로 가주시면 감사하겠습니다.
We'll go from here.
먼저 드신 분이 있으신가요? 네.
Thank you for such a nice speech. I'm Seohyun from Hanyang University, and I had a question to both of you guys. So recently, many are questioning the food pyramid, about the validity of the food pyramid, and I wanted to ask, do you guys believe if it's still valid, and if not, what priorities should we give to food groups for a healthier and happier lifestyle?
So I guess the rule of thumb should be, whatever you eat throughout the day, make sure that half of the food that you eat is fresh fruits, vegetables, or something that you can recognize that is food. Like, for example, whole grain, you'll understand that. And then when it comes to eating meat or fish, then almost everybody agrees now that eating fish in moderate quantity is much better than chronically eating meat. So those are some of the ideas.
Yeah, well, I think, that the idea of the pyramid is still valid, but it's shifting. Now, you can go online and look for the 2021 American Heart Association guidelines, and there's been a pretty major shift in, for example, one of the points is that protein should come mostly from beans, whole grains and nuts, fish and low-fat dairy. And meat, for the first time, they say if you like meat, if you desire meat, then consume lean meat. So instead of 10, 15 years, meat was part of the core of the guidelines. So now we are shifting, and we understand, a primarily pesco-vegetarian diet is probably the best that we can eat,
Yes.
and it has to be unprocessed. So
Yes.
real food, healthy food, not processed food. So you have to stay away from processed, refined, ultra-processed food,
Yes,
because this is
Professor.
really a problem.
Thank you. Yeah, we are running out of time, so let's move on to the next question. So, please.
청소년기부터 식단 조절을 해야 한다고 하셨는데 한국에는 밀가루, 설탕, 고기, 소금, 알코올 등을 안 먹으면 살 이유가 있는가라는 이런 말이 있습니다. 그게 현실적으로 가능한가 문의드립니다.
Yeah, so this is great, because when we did our studies on time-restricted eating, the initial studies were done in mice. Of course, mice are not little people and people are not big mice, but still, we use them. So what we did was we gave these mice high sugar, high fat, really bad diet. And then we asked, even with the bad diet, if they eat within 8 hours without reducing calories, will they remain healthy? And the answer is yes. But that doesn't mean that I'm asking everybody to continue eating bad diet. What we're finding surprisingly is when people eat within 8 to 10 hours, that's the only one thing they have to do, then slowly they change their diet choice. So as I mentioned, they reduce their alcohol intake, and somehow we don't understand why. Their taste buds change, so they cannot eat too much sugary food or too much salty food. And this is something that really interesting that we don't understand. It has a profound effect.
Yeah, with that I disagree. We have studies, published in humans showing that, if you do intermittent fasting and you lose weight, on intermittent fasting, but in the non-fasting days you eat basically the typical American diet, you lose weight, you lose body fat, but you don't have any metabolic, no reduction in inflammation, no reduction in glucose, improvement in insulin. So
But they're not doing time restricting on those 5 days, and you're not controlling for sleep. We do control for them. Sorry, those are very important points to
mice
send the
are not
message.
humans. They're probably not 1 day of fasting, 12 hours of fasting in a rodent is probably like 3 days of fasting in a human.
No, I disagree.
And physiologically it's completely different. But
they do have the same circadian rhythm, 24-hour rhythms. Thank you.
Yeah. So, actually, it's now time is up, and so we have to close the session. So, thank you so much for attending this session, everyone, and thank you so much for attending the session to professors. So, now 크게 박수를 쳐주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 세션을 마칩시다. 네.
Thank you.
Thank you again to our moderator and speakers for the enlightening words. This concludes our morning sessions. And we will now move on to the luncheon. Lunch is served at Shilla Hotel. Our staff will be happy to assist with you directions to the Shilla Hotel. And please be sure to take all of your belongings with you when you leave the hall, as this hall will be rearranged during the lunchtime for our afternoon sessions. Also, please do not forget to leave the interpretation receivers on your table when you leave. Enjoy your lunch and see you again in the afternoon sessions. Thank you. 이어서 5차이 진행되겠습니다. 5차는 신라 호텔에 준비되어 있습니다. 신라 호텔 이동은 운영요원의 안내에 따라 도보로 이동해 주시고, 도보 이동이 불편한 참가자께서는 셔틀버스를 이용하시기 바랍니다. 또한 이곳 장충 아레나는 오찬 시간 동안 다시 세팅되기 때문에 개인 소지품과 가방을 반드시 가지고 이동해 주시고, 사용하신 통역 수신기는 테이블 위에 놓아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 점심 식사 맛있게 하시고 오후 세션에서 다시 뵙겠습니다. 고맙습니다.